Okay, we're back. Well, we're live. Oh, I left a pillow behind me. That's Jester for today. All right. We have a camera today. Yes. Okay, YouTube is working. I sent a new link out because OBS just crashed the second I tried to change to this that you're seeing right now, so I could actually start the stream. But no, it it just crashed instead. Oh yes, and we have chat. Hi Riley. Hi Sean. Hi G Studios, Penguin Operator, and Infinite Coder. And if anyone else said hi at some point, and especially in the other chat, I completely missed it. Sorry about that. Also, Jester's not here today. So I brought in a pillow to replace him. Since it's a little bit darker than usual, you might confuse the pillow for him. Twitch chat always exists even off stream. Yeah, I just can't see it on OBS because I don't have Twitch chat. I have pretty much the same chat that you're seeing on screen right now. Oak. All right, day 3 of boarding Doom, of Doomsday. It's lasting a little bit longer than expected. Today's role of Jester will be played by a pillow. Got it. Yes, it's the understudy. It does look like a dog. I don't know why it's standing up like that. It's like a really thin pillow and one that has been in storage for a really long time. Actually, I was supposed to put it on this chair because this chair makes me really small. So like I'm at the bottom of the screen here. I'm just gonna lower the camera a little bit. Kind of like that. I guess that's better. Okay. Day 3 of porting Doom, yes. Day 3 of Doomsday. Not gonna lie, it's not going amazing. You know what? I'm getting the pillow. Fuck this. This chair is way too small. I don't understand how, because it's the same height as the other chair, but somehow it makes me look smaller. It works fine on that desk over there, but on this one it's a little bit too small. Which, by the way, is an adjustable desk. I just remembered now, but that's too much of a hassle right now. What was I talking about? Okay, so the pillow's gone. The Jester might show up at some point. It's up to him, I guess. Oh shit, did I just rip my pants? No. Okay, I didn't rip my pants. We're good. I just ripped one of these things. I don't know what they're called. That was keeping my pants from dragging on the floor. I didn't even break it. I just opened it. Okay. Anyway. I don't need to walk right now, so we're good. Okay, so yesterday, when I was working with Doom, we ran into an issue about a missing texture. If I'm not mistaken, because I've made all the changes on my laptop, if we go into Doom here, we should still be able to see it happening. By the way, I ran it on the laptop. It is so much faster. It's incredible. Wait, hold on. Why is the chat Twitch only? Maybe it's the wrong link. Hold on. Anyway, here it is. Missing patch in texture door blue. So that is happening. Embed in stream. Copy this link. Then chat properties. Okay. And all right. Chat is reset, but we should be getting YouTube chat too. The OS was meant to run on it. Yes, that's what the Raspberry Pi is for. The OS runs on Raspberry Pi. It works again, by the way. It was having a weird issue where it was crashing because of network or audio drivers. But the thing about those is that it should know that it cannot find them and just ignore them, which it had been doing until recently, but for whatever reason it hasn't, and now it was crashing because of that. But you take that out and the system works again. It just doesn't have an audio or network driver. I need to develop a driver for both of those. But yeah, Raspberry Pi is for that. It's for running the OS. It's just a little bit behind. I haven't really focused on real hardware all that much. Okay, yes, so yesterday in the Doom port, I was dealing with this missing texture. And the really weird thing about this missing texture is if you look inside the data file, the WAD file, it's not really, well, not the texture. The texture is there. What's missing is the patch for the texture. And the thing about it is that it's not there at all. I don't understand, but the WAD file just doesn't contain that patch. What I don't understand is how this works in other ports, because I checked, for example, in Doom Generic. I didn't get it to build because pretty much all the changes that I made the first day of the Doom port, I would have had to make on that one too to make it work. But I checked their code, and they also make the same check and also crash with an error if this patch is missing. And yet, for them, it works. So then I figured maybe my WAD file is different. It's incomplete. It is wrong. So I looked around for some others, and it worked. It happens with all of them. None of them have this missing patch. And apparently all their code checks for this patch and creates an error if the patch is missing. Yet somehow their code works and mine doesn't. So I don't know what's going on there. From the looks of it, I'm doing everything right. But then I'm not. So I tried to fix that issue. I couldn't really do it. Maybe it doesn't get to the check. I mean, maybe that's a possibility. Like I said, I checked generic Doom and not any other. And I couldn't get it to run. Again, it would have been a lot of changes to do to the entire code base, like I did on Friday, essentially. So it wasn't really worth it for me to check. But from the looks of it, I think it should do it. It fails in the same way. It doesn't look like they changed that code all that much. But I did find a way around it. So one, except when you bypass it, then there's other errors. But that's Doom1.wad that has this issue. Whereas Doom.wad doesn't have this issue. Now the problem with that is Doom.wad is the commercial version of Doom. It is distributed, but like I don't think that's the version that we should be using. It's not like I'm distributing the file anyway, so who cares? And I technically do own Doom. But yeah. The thing is that one works. So I'm looking at the changes that I made. Because again, I said, if I find a solution, I'm not going to implement it and move on. I want to talk about it here. But pretty much, if we do this, we find this and replace it with this. So we load the other file. It will get a little bit further, but it will crash. And also will take longer because the file is bigger. I don't know how much longer, to be honest. On Mac, it's a couple seconds. Here, with all the translations. Okay, it's not nearly as long as I expected it to be. So yeah, it crashes. But it gets past that point. The crash happens because of an allocation that I need to find. Hold on. So here all the patches are found. All the stuff is working correctly. But then there is an allocation happening. I need to find exactly where it's happening. That is causing an error. That would be this one right here. Okay, so texture. Wait, the wrong file. Wrong file. Yeah, so here there's a chance that mTexture patch count is less than 1, which will cause this to allocate a really big number. So we'll just skip that. And then there's a little optimization happening here that we can just get rid of. And hopefully with that, we'll be able to get past this texture issue. Which again, I really just don't understand what's going on with the textures. Oh, there might be more changes I need to make. Hold on. Let me see. Pretty sure I'm gonna get a bunch of different errors. No? No, actually, no more errors. Okay. Right, because here it works. Okay, so we're good. We get to init play loop state, and somehow we're crashing so badly that it crashes the entire system, not just the process itself. Okay, that's kind of a new one, because on Mac it doesn't do that, but okay. We're now getting to this point, init play loop state, which is this. P init. So we went from this step crashing to this step crashing. Okay. Do we know which one of these is crashing? No, it just says that, and then it just crashes. Could be this. Alright, let's just put a bunch of printfs. We don't have the privilege of GDB, and honestly, I prefer it that way. So here's what we're gonna do: 1, 2, wait, 2, 3, and then we'll know where it's crashing. Damn it, I resized the window, which messes up the mouse so badly. Honestly, not sure how the USB mouse on QEMU is so bad. It just sends you data when it isn't supposed to be there. Or how I'm supposed to fix that. I have no idea. Like, if it was me requesting data when I shouldn't or something like that, then I get it, but that's not what's happening. It is sending data that isn't actually supposed to be sending. Okay. Here's our crash. And on 1. Init switch list. This is... Okay, so we check an episode, which, if we are registered, we go to episode 2. And if we're in game mode, we go to episode 3. Or I'm assuming that's the maximum episode number. Because I guess so. Then we have a maximum 50 switches, whatever that means. So if an alpha switch list is not filled in correctly, who's filling this in? Okay, it's like that. Got it. Oh. Key. Let me look at it again. Alright, so we're going through the maximum number of switches. We look at the episode. If it doesn't have an episode, then that's a problem. But if it has an episode and it's less or equal to the episode that we're looking at, then we're going to go in here. And texture for name, name 1. Okay, so we're loading the textures. Like SW1BRCOM, which I remember the name of that because it wasn't being loaded before. Change the texture of a wall switch to its opposite. Oh, so this is something very specific. We're not... Okay. So from the looks of it, we should be getting in here. We should be loading certain episodes, certain textures. Which... Is it lagging again? Do I have something open that might be... I highly doubt that was causing that many issues, but... There's Ubisoft involved, so maybe. Alright, wanna play the... Not play, print the name of the texture. And I remember I put another printf somewhere. Probably in here. No, this one was removed. Also, this really complex printing shit, by the way, I found out is actually just trying to clear the screen, essentially. So we can get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay, I'm not sure where I left. Damn it. These logs. Oh, but I do remember I did this. This log. Okay, this is what I need to get rid of. Okay. Oh, the first texture crashes, huh? So I'm assuming that means that we're not loading the texture correctly. Damn it. So the fix for the crash is breaking this. So we haven't really moved forward at all. Oh my god. I have to say, for a game that's as portable and has been ported so many times as Doom, there's very little information on how to actually do it out there. I was expecting to find some helpful information on these issues that I'm encountering, but apparently not. And again, looking at the data, it looks like the error is with like the texture that's missing in the Doom 1 in this one is not my fault. That texture is just not there, or that patch is just not there. And I don't know what to do about that if it's not there, but I don't understand how everyone else can find it. I tried multiple versions of the WAD file in case mine was wrong somehow, but no, all of them have the same issue. So like clearly in here, this is bypassing all of this code. And then this also. Which is probably what's causing the current issue. I'm just at a point where I don't know what to do about it. I also tried to just not do the patching, the texture patching thing, but it's apparently not a thing that you can do. It just causes more errors. So this here also causes an error because... Shoop. Why am I in working tree mode? I fucking hate this view. Alright, so generate texture lookup. Let me try something. Let's just skip any invalid patches. and see if that helps. That did nothing. Like, from the looks of it, the code is just straight up not meant to use code, like textures without a patch, but some textures just don't have a patch. I don't understand what's going on here. There is that program I had. Downloaded it yesterday. I don't remember what it was called. It should be in my downloads folder. It looks very tiny and very white. So not the easiest thing for me to look at, but I have a shield. Slade, that's the one. Alright. Here you could... If you can't see anything, neither can I, so don't worry about it. Here we can open the Doom one WAD. And then here we can go to make and sort. Yes, okay. That should make it a little bit easier. I believe if we go to P names, here it is. What the fuck is happening? All right, patch tables. Here it is. 256, I believe, was the texture index that's missing. This one. Is it even more tiny than yesterday? I doubt it is, but... Oh, I misspelled it, okay. Okay, so we're going back to the Doom 1 WAD file now. Because the other one is bigger, and also it's the commercial one, so again, I don't think I'm supposed to be using that one. And also, they both crash, so who cares? Missing patch. Okay. Here, for the texture door blue, it's expecting to find a patch at index mpatch patch. And just in case this is printing something different for whatever reason, we're also gonna we're gonna print it twice. And we're gonna see what happens, and then we're gonna run an ad on Twitch. Eesh, that's gonna crash, isn't it? When this happens, I know the system's gonna crash. And yet it didn't. Missing patch in texture door blue 256 256. Okay. And then we look at 256, which again, you probably cannot see it, but it's this one right here. And it points to M1_1. Use count 0. In archive not found. So it just straight up does not exist. So I don't understand what's going on with this. Okay, during the ad, I'm gonna be doing a little bit of Googling. Okay, ad started now. Right. Okay. Zero useful information here. If we just look up the entire error, we end up on WordPress. With the exact error. So struct called patch that has a very descriptive variable called patch seems to be invalid. It's nice the fact that just before that such a variable is assigned because we can start to trace back the problem. There are two variables involved. Patch lookup. We might have genuinely found the exact issue. I thought I did this Google search yesterday, but maybe I didn't. Well, first off, I didn't do the Google search. I did the DuckDuckGo search. That's already my first mistake. And second, I didn't do it with quotation marks. Mpatch patch. Each texture can contain data on how the patches are applied to the texture. Mpatch is a pointer to the data, and the variable patch of the structure seems to point to the patch number in the patch lookup array. Now, according to the dump WAD util produces, the first value of mpatch should be the following. But the value that the debugger shows are completely different. Patch 256, that's the same one we're having. So according to them, it should be patch 61. W4637, found in Doom.1. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. All right. The conclusion is simple. The data is read incorrectly. The way the engine reads the data is plain simple. It allocates a big chunk of memory and compiles and copies the contents of WAD into the chunk of memory. Then the chunk of memory is casted to the format of the data when needed. The fix come to be lame. The structure that contains the info for the texture has a pointer. Oh my god. Oh my god. I get it. The pointer is 32 bits, but in our machine it's 64 bits. Holy shit. That's the difference. Change the variable type to an integer so its size is against 4 bytes. Any other struct that uses a pointer will contain incorrect data. Bad news are this is very possible and very likely we'll have to fix more errors like this. Good news is I now know... What is your name? What is your name? Where... Framont? I can never pronounce French, for fuck's sake. Really, MX blog. Whoever you are, whatever your name is, cannot find an explicit author on this one. Also, I clicked this thinking it was like a little cookies banner, and instead it's just an ad for making me design a website with WordPress, which, why would you do that? But holy shit. All right. God bless. Whoever this person was. They've single-handedly saved my Doom port. I did not consider the fact that fucking pointers would be double the size. I did not consider that. I'm not sure what that print is. Oh, it's probably the one I added right before I did. Oh, shit, 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 hey! Alright, with the crashes. How far did we get this time? Jesus, it crashed a lot. What's happening here? Alright, we're getting further this time. So, real quick. This column directory is obsolete too, so we're literally replacing an obsolete value here. Jesus Christ. Okay. You need to go now. And so do you. And so do you. You can come back, I guess. You can go too. Alright. Alright, we found a fix for that. Thank God. Whoever wrote that WordPress site, thank you. Well, let me see how it went after that. When people say C is insecure and not safe, they mean things like this. Yeah, okay. This is from 2014? It doesn't have a date on it. Oh, here it is. 2nd of April. Okay. So... where's the one called Bad News? This one. The evil pointer. Okay, that's the one that we just... Alright, so if I have more issues, I can come to this person for help. Good to know. Also, a little static assert for the size here would be nice. So if that ever changes again, then we know what the problem was. Okay, so changes. Any other changes? I'm gonna discard. We're gonna start fresh. No, wait. It's kind of the opposite of what I wanted to do, actually. I wanted to remove these entirely. Alright, yeah, that like that. Okay. Let's see if it crashes again over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Wait. Wait. No crash. Holy shit. The game is running. I think. I mean, there's nothing happening, but the game is running. Init play loop state. There's no crash there. I mean, I think we're good. Right? Well, no, after that, we expect to see all this. So maybe there was more stuff happening, or maybe it ended up in an infinite loop somehow. But no crash. That's always a good thing. It's always an improvement. All right. I'm super glad I found that. Because it would have taken... I did not consider the size of pointers. The worst part is I thought about it. But like I didn't fully consider it. Alright, I don't think there's anything happening here. It might just be in an infinite loop. Of some sort. So I'm bringing you guys back. Damn it. Didn't mean to do that. See if I remember how to do this. That's how you do it. Okay. Okay, so no crash, but something else happening. It gets to 1. Wait, oh, hold on. Did something else happen? 2. Is something else gonna happen, or are we stuck on 2? Because I was about to say we're stuck on 1, but no, we're stuck on 2. The weird thing about it being stuck is that, first off, these are very simple functions. And okay, yeah, this one can cause an infinite loop because it doesn't have a specific ending. It's just checking on a condition. So it's a while loop with a counter, essentially. A counter based on animdef, which comes from here. So it is literally a null terminated array. This should absolutely not be causing... Oh, wait. All right, there we go. There we have it. Result of comparison of constant -1 with the expression of type boolean. Oh, my boolean is different than theirs. That's what's happening. So I define true as 1 and false as 0, which is an unsigned. Yeah, so you can't really make it unsigned. I guess we'll change the -1 to a 2. This is pretty much that... we're breaking the binary here. Anything under the 0 or 1, we're using it to create an error and making it stop, not crash. But, alright. Reasonable that it would crash there. Init flats. One takes a bit. Two. Crash. Yay. Okay, 3 is crashing now. 3 is init spiritus. Based on a screen width constant. Bro, shut the fuck up. Probably this function that's crashing. But I got thinking about the fix that I just did for the boolean. What did this used to look like in the original Doom? Maybe I wanna do things like they did. Let's see here. That would be Linux Doom and then Doom type.h. Right, they just do an enum. I should be fine doing that, right? No, right. The reason I cannot do that is that I already have values for 0 and 1. Okay, so no, let's not do that. Worst case scenario, I have to look at these 316 results of Boolean. For which one may be causing an issue. Oh well. Kind of like it just happened here. Okay, init sprites. I'm pretty sure this is working correctly because it is just initializing an array. I don't think that's going to be creating any issues. Hey, Kai. And now we're loading the texture names correctly. And we're loading the patches correctly. And the crash is BF128. The crash is happening specifically here, which actually we can know where that is. D0. Main function is at 10.83c. Okay. Oh wow, this is no, this is found too many times. 7818. One of these, probably you. Sprite Duffs, yes. God, where was that function? Alright, so this function is causing the crash. Confirmed. After the mem set, cached X step, and init sprite defs. So this is what, the for loop? God, I hate debugging like this. Can I make obj dump tell me the line name? Number, not line name. S option. Did not know that. Here it is. Arch obj dump the exec name S. Took a little longer, but what did that do? That looks exactly the same to me. Probably needs to go at the beginning. Still no. Can I just... All right, I replaced the D with an S. There. Wait, why did that work here? Why did that not work? Here it works. Is it me or is it only printing sometimes? Ah, let's not waste too much time with this. We have the function. Somewhere inside here it is crashing. This looks cursed as fuck. Would I be safe to assume that this is where it's crashing? We'll find out after the ad break. All right, I'll be back in 2. All right. Okay, we're back. With a crash. And very little debugging information. I don't understand why it just disappears at some point. It shows it here and then it doesn't. For some functions. Like these. The Doom functions don't include it. That is so weird. Everything's compiled the same, so that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, I overcompensated my camera now. And now it's too high again. Damn it. That's still not super right, but I guess it'll do. Okay, and instead of wasting our time, I'm just gonna do this. Good old reliable over here. We shouldn't have modified game, I don't think. So we're gonna put C1 and C2 just in case. Then D. And you'll tell me where it's crashing. Who needs GDB when you have printf 1, 2, 3, 4 and then printf A, B, C, D? GDB is completely useless against this clearly superior method of debugging. See, 1, 2. Crash on 3. Before we even get to this point, okay. Oh, I didn't realize there was another 4. Oh my god, I hate the way this code is formatted. It's so hard to tell that there's 2 for loops because this is not indented. So the error is happening somewhere here, perhaps? It could also be happening here. Run the code through a formatter. Might cause more issues. I doubt a formatter is gonna cause more issues. Doesn't this have like a edit? No? Oh no, you have to install a formatter in order to be able to do that. Oh, let's not waste our time, okay? The idea is to not have to modify this code all that much. 1, 2, 3, A, B. All right. This bitch right here is crashing. Because name list. What is happening here? What the fuck is this? Alright, so it crashes between B and C. I assume it's not gonna be B, so it's C, right? It is trying to access this address, BF158. Where the instruction crashing is LDR. Right here, dump comes in handy. What was the crashing instruction? B940000. Something like this is causing a crash. Thank you, Linux, for being absolutely useless for this. I still don't understand why Linux has overcomplicated printing to this, copying and pasting to this level. Was it 940? Yeah. So the crash instruction is 83C. That's not right. If you already accessed the value of it here once, why are you now struggling with that? Name list. No, the first parameter is I, and the second parameter is name list I. Alright, so we can see exactly what it is that's causing the crash. It's the first one ever that's causing the crash. So I want to make sure that actually we're initializing this value correctly. Oh, it's actually passed in to init sprites with this variable, which comes from here. So there should be 137, 138 actually. From the looks of it, I want to say the array is there, indeed. I'm trying not to look at that blog we found. That's not... I don't want to have all my work done for me, but, you know, I do want to finish it sometime. Oh, okay. So actually, it's not what I thought. It's not what I thought. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Here, right? Yeah, you call this one. And by the way, just gonna try real quick while I do this. Because Clang is not super happy with this project. It's not helping me out as much as it should be. So the reason it doesn't crash here and it crashes here or here is that we're not actually accessing the names list until we get to this point, or now the printf. Right, so that's what's causing the issue. Surprised Jester's not showing up today. Could use some company right about now. Address looks good though. But then according to this, it's trying to access this value. Weird. Also, we've accessed the variable here. And it's the first one ever that's crashing. I have to admit, I don't get it. If the value of this is a valid address, and the value of this is also a valid address, then why does accessing that address show us this value instead? It's very consistent too, so it's not like it's a context switching issue, thank God. Unless it just so happens that I, for whatever reason, is super messed up. That would be weird because I is being initialized to 0 and this is the first iteration of the loop. But you never know. I don't know what else could possibly be happening here to cause this to have a correct address, but this to not have a correct address. No. It has a valid value here. Right, name list is an array of strings. Wait, hold on. It's an array of char pointers. By any chance, did our friend over here have the same issue? No, this one has an entirely different issue. Interesting. All right, that's not the same. Again, name list is a pointer to a string, to a pointers to strings. So even putting a breakpoint and going in GDB and seeing the values is a little bit hard to do. It's very hard to do, actually. So that's not going to be super helpful either. Four two eight 7DD88. That's within the well, I'm gonna pull out another. Damn case sensitivity. You ruin everything. Last modified, September 13th. That's not right. Okay, we're just gonna delete. And we're going to import a new file. I'm gonna re-import the doom.elf. Okay, we're gonna open that. And we're gonna wanna jump to the function called initSpriteDefs. Analyze it, please. Not found. Wait, search in functions too. There we go. Okay, and the issue that we're having is in the second printf or down here, where the local, it's a very tiny font. So it's this one. Wait. Oh, name list. Hold on. Name list is a local variable. That's correct. But it isn't a local variable when it gets called from within here with SPRN names. SPR names, I mean. So in p init, do not p init, please. How can you not find it? Hello? It's a function. All fields. All right. Yeah, pretty sure that was not it. Not exactly the most intuitive of programs. Can you just find the damn function name? I guarantee you it is called p init. I can find it for you. You know what? Wait, why is it not found? Even in the dump, for example. Here it is, 29E60. Oh, this is gonna take forever, Jesus Christ. All just to find the SP names. C37CC looks correct. So, I have no idea why the crash is happening. Long story short, don't know how else to put it. But again, accessing the variable crashes. Although translation fault, not an alignment fault or anything like that. I don't understand how this address is valid, but then it isn't. Wait, hold on. One thing I'm not considering. Name list is a variable. So when I'm printing this, I'm printing the address of the variable. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on, we might be onto something here. Accessing it. Let's see what that gives us. That should give us the address to the actual... Yeah, I don't even know what it's gonna give me. Okay. It points to BF190. That is entirely wrong. No wonder you crash. But okay, I'm starting to understand the issue now. The question is, why does it point to that? We might find the answer here. If we print the variable itself and then print that. Yeah, so info.c contains this char array, that is to say array of strings, where somehow the strings are pointing to the wrong place. Let me see one of those addresses. BF1A8. What is located in that address? No. How do you go to a specific address in this thing? Jump to byte. A hex beginning with 0x. Jump. TRRO. True. Okay. Okay. So that is a relative address. We don't have such a thing. Okay. Starting to understand the issue. Well, I understand the issue now. Okay. Essentially, this array of arrays is pointing to these strings right here, which are located within address BF190 onward. The issue with that is that that's not where they're located for my program. In my program, they're located, well, at a different address, it turns out. wherever the program is located plus this address. So their relative addresses, which we need to turn into non-relative addresses. I knew I should have done virtual addresses sooner. Oh god, I just didn't bother. I just didn't think this was gonna become an issue. Damn it. Okay. It became an issue. So now I need to do something about it. I just don't know what. And there's an ad coming up on Twitch, so we'll find out in 2 minutes. Okay, ad is over. Dog has arrived. This time it's the real dog, not a pillow. He's just off camera. Okay, let's actually look into this issue. So, it really sucks. How do I calculate this is the question. All right, so the problem is current crash happening because this names list or name list is an array of arrays of strings, which is located here inside the hex file, inside the elf file at address bf1b something. B0 is where the first one starts. Except my program is loading them in a different location, so it cannot find anything at that address, which is a little bit of an issue. Now I have to say I don't understand why this happens in terms of why the compiler is like this. I mean, all the strings are together. Right, the reason it happens like this is because this doesn't contain relative addresses. It contains absolute addresses, whereas everything else contains relative addresses. So I'm thinking, what can I do to fix it? This check should be correct. First, I want to check that. This one is not affected by this issue. So I want to see where I need to do some translation and how the fuck to do that translation. All because I couldn't be bothered to implement virtual addresses. But then again, this Doom has been made to run on some crazy code. So I'm sure there's on some crazy devices, I mean. So I'm sure there's a solution. Okay, so the number of sprites is correct. All right, what's wrong is the name of the sprites. I'm not sure how to do this at all. I need to add an offset. It's a question of how to get that offset. Wait, what's the sprite list? PSR names, this one. No, that's not what I was trying to do. Do I still have Ghidra open? Yes. No, I don't think this is right. Man, Ghidra's just showing whatever the fuck it wants. No, it can't find it anywhere? What? How is that possible? I don't understand this fucking program, I swear to God. It just makes no sense. That is not the correct address. It keeps jumping to the wrong address for it. No, maybe that is the correct address for it, I don't know. Yeah, that's apparently the right address for it. Yeah, it is. So apparently I just go to C37CC. Which here is showing entirely different information. But I guess that's because stuff has moved around. And looking for this value, 90 F1 0B. No occurrences. Amazing. Okay. So stumped on what to do right now. I don't understand why this turns into an absolute address all of a sudden, when it should be a relative address still. Or give me the proper address. I mean, I understand why. It's just like, what do I do if I'm not... Were virtual addresses even popular when Doom was released? I'm assuming the compiler just behaved differently back then, but... I'm actually so confused on what I can do to fix this. There's not a whole lot of options. Okay, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break because I genuinely have no idea what to do about this. So I'm gonna take a break, clear my head a bit, and then consider it afterwards. Why is the compiler involved? Because the compiler is giving me a virtual address. But the problem is I don't support virtual addresses. Like, it's only under very specific circumstances this happens. Everything else has relative addresses, but this doesn't. Alright, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Hopefully I'll be able to try to figure it out afterwards. Okay, I'm back. Just doing some investigating, and what I mean by virtual, okay, so I'm gonna explain the issue one more time, right? So we have this array that's like a char array. I forgot what it's called, but SP names, let's call it. And then it has 138 entries inside of it. So it's an array of arrays. What's the syntax for this? Doesn't really matter. Then it has like one string inside of it, another string inside of it. Okay, so in memory, this gets compiled like this. So the hello gets put somewhere. The world gets put somewhere else. And this array essentially turns into an array of pointers. So this points us to, for example, 226 and 227. Even though I inverted it, it was the other way around, like that. So it turns into this. Pointer to the first string, pointer to the second string. The problem is this is in the elf file. In the elf file, it's located at address 226, 227. And if I had virtual address support, then I would load it into that address directly, and then it would work. But I don't support any virtual addresses. I'm placing it wherever I have some available memory. And so it's not really located at 226, but at like 0426, something like that. An address that looks like this. So when it tries to go into 226, it can't find it. But I was looking at this flag. Is this the one? Should find in the elf file there is a relocation table. There is? Because this flag should be able to help me, for that matter, but I'm not entirely sure. Let me see. If I compile with that flag, which makes it position independent, then I'm assuming that's no longer going to happen. Well, because really the executable should not determine where it is loaded in memory. Like, that's not always gonna be possible. Oh, that was it, wasn't it? Oh no, wait, this is it. No, that didn't work. The loader should fix it. Sure. I mean, I guess. Wait, the flag is PIC or PIE? It compiled with PIC, but I'm not sure because no, it compiled with PIE. But I also saw it as PIC before, so. Yeah, that does work. No, I didn't mean to clean. Oh no, that straight up crashed. The entire damn thing. So no, let's not do that. Alright, I guess we're gonna need to load it dynamically just for this part. That kind of sucks. .rel.din and maybe rel plt relocation tables. I mean, most of the binary works well because it is, most addresses are relative. It just so happens that inside a string array, they're not relative. So that means that it doesn't load them correctly. Mm, 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 mm. And honestly, yesterday I made the elf loader even dumber than it was. God, this wiki is kind of useless. Not gonna lie. It never gives any actually useful information. And the alternative tends to be way too much information for what you need. But hopefully this cheat sheet can help us. Okay, so if I make it PIE, then wait, because I don't even know where to look inside here. Sections. Okay. .rel. I'm assuming that these are the ones I want to look for. .rel and .rel A. We have section entry size, we have section num entry, and then the first section would be this section header offset, right? Which at some point or another I should have printed. Okay, so the section header then looks like... You're not gonna tell us? Seriously? This one. F64. Here, this one. Oh, it was at the beginning. Okay, I hadn't seen it. So I need this. Man, what the fuck are these types? What is a word and what is a X word? Hey, let me see. Stream Elements has left the chat, I think. Oh well. Half word. Where's the header? This is the header, okay. Chart and... Oh, executable header. I'm looking at the wrong thing. No, executable header. Yeah, the correct one. Magic number and other info. Why can I not scroll in this page? Alright, I'm just gonna assume that word is 32 bits. X word is 16-bit. That is so... This is such a weird fucking format. It doesn't tell you anything. What is X? What is off? Are they... offsets have been 64 bits so far. So are addresses. So I'm assuming these two are 64 bits. And in that case, these would be like half words or extended words. Could go either way. But a flag being 64 bits is a little bit much. Okay, but we do know that the section entry size is 64 bytes. And your isn't it static assert? Do I know the address I'm loading to? When I'm doing the loading, yeah. Is it the same on every load? No, it isn't. That's the problem. Also, may I ask, what the fuck is your problem with static assert? Type. Huh? What? Bro, static assert. This thing that I am using literally everywhere? Why do you have an issue with it? Oh, besides this, I guess? I can base the elf to a fixed address. I thought about that, yeah. But then... I mean, I only have like 2 hours to continue streaming today, so maybe I should do that. And just force it to be loaded to a specific address. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Otherwise, we're gonna be here all day. I don't even understand what the fuck is going on here, so. Alright. To force it to be at a specific address, that's the easiest way that I can do that. Well, I can allocate a specific address for it and leave it there. At the very, very beginning, no, here, here. Here, actually. Instead of p allocating here, we're going to do this allocation once with a Yeah, void. The size... Let's do 2 megabytes. Which is very helpful. Thank you. Instead of allocating, we just put this in, and then we expose this function. Call it as soon as our allocator is ready. God, this is awful. This feels horrible to do. But what's the name of the file? Okay, so autocomplete is just not helping me because it hates that I'm doing this. It's process loading too. Okay. And then we're just gonna kprintf that process will be loaded to hackproc. Now we can do you want to know what's really bad? Kind of scared to know what's really bad at the same time. Besides the fact that static assert decided that it doesn't want to work here for whatever reason. Okay, I'm actually printing too quickly. Process will be loaded to 418.00000. Okay, yeah, it's actually here. At the very, very least, if you want to print, has to be there. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Process will be loaded to this address. Da-da. 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 Yeah, that's about right. I must have done something else wrong. Hold on. Oh, I see. Get that. We're reaching levels of hacking shit together that have never been seen. You said, do you want to know what's really bad, and then never said anything. Oh wait, we don't even get to this point. Hold on, what's happening? Um. Oh wait, how much space am I allocating for? Oh no, I'm doing that right. What is your problem then? Here. Wait. Here, luckily, I can do this. Do this. And then not hit a breakpoint? Oh, okay, here we go. So disable interrupt process, we're good. Name the process, sure. Dest now shows our hard-coded address, correct. Then we copy into that address. That crashes, okay. Were we not allocating enough memory for you? Let me try that again. I am allocating more than enough memory for this. What? Apparently it's crashing in trying to access 42A0Z000, which is the address the ELF file was loaded to. And why would that be? That wasn't a problem before. God, it's so hard to quit when you have GDB on. Alright. It's not one problem, it's another. Wait. Ah, this has always been wrong. Well, since yesterday, pretty much. I didn't mean to do debug, but okay. My process crashed. No. That's just because of this. Cute little hack we got going on here. Oh wow, I made it very small. God damn it again. Immediately crashes. Instruction code 0. Wait. Where's Doom? Doom. The good thing is we can see exactly the entry point we're being told is at this address. So we can just go to it. And that's our main function, yes. But then, apparently, it tries to access... No, that's the wrong... Here, it tries to access this address. Which is the main function. What? And it finds a 0. So it didn't copy? Wait, the code starts at 10,000. Hold on. If I tell Doom, again, to start its code at 1000, and then I tell it to run, that doesn't feel right. Okay. It wasn't, right? Okay. So now I gotta reverse this change. All this because I don't want to do relocation, like, for fuck's sake. Wait, but what did I change now? Oh, wait, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Okay. We're back to it working. It's slower than ever. Okay. And now I'm just gonna put a hack in here and not exactly call it a day, but continue beyond this point. Where's the sprite name even used? It's declared. It's printed. It's assigned. Okay, well. What's the address I said? This one. We're gonna do that. That. And that's enough to check if it works. It will still crash because I haven't fixed all the instances where this happens, but it should print a little bit. Okay, flats 1, 2, 3, num sprites true, and then it crashes. Amazing. Okay. Okay. Okay, this works. Thank. Now we can just do this. Like that. And anywhere else that we use this name list, blip, blue. Oh, I love hacks like these. Which, by the way, won't work on the Raspberry Pi because it uses a different base address. Yeah. Yeah, we've moved forward. What I'm confused about is this. Set channels not implemented. Yeah, so okay, hack is hacked. All that because I don't want to deal with relocations. Don't you love it? It maybe wouldn't be super difficult for me to do, but if I have some time later today, I'll do relocations properly. Get rid of the hack, but for now, but not my problem. Okay, so now this works. Then set channels is not implemented, that's for sound, but at least now it shows with the proper format, which is with all these symbols here that I always use to make sure that it's very visible that this function is not implemented. Same for this one, but this one we're never gonna implement. I'm sorry, shutdown graphics is a luxury we cannot afford. This is not very descriptive. Alright, I'm probably gonna take a break before I continue. I just want to find out where we are. Init. Setting up heads-up display. After which comes the status bar. Then all these checks. Then load game. I saw this path here. I was a little concerned, but should be good. Alright, we're on the last two steps. But what this is a very weird print. Is it straight up like that? Yeah, it is. Oh, I see. Okay, ooh. That is a format which I do not support. The .3D. But okay, let me run an ad, take a 2-minute break, come back and fix that. Oh, I didn't read the F in this. I was a little bit confused as for the name of this variable, but there is an F there. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. And I was thinking the chat was kind of dead today. It turns out I just haven't been shown the chat. So there's I've not seen messages since. Do these have a timestamp? Yeah, I have no idea. The last message I received was about
So
15 minutes ago.
how much we redacted Enterprise B?
All right. Yeah, definitely. How much will redacted enterprise be? Uakakakaka is what you said, actually. About 300 a month. Obviously, that's for enterprise, so like big companies will be paying for that, not people. So that's a reasonable price. That's actually how enterprise software is for priced. Okay, so yeah, sorry, I've literally missed everyone's messages for quite a long time. And messages don't have timestamps here, which feels like a very basic features that messages should have, but they don't. All right, let me see if I can fix it somehow. It's straight up connected to the wrong chat. And I have no idea why. Damn it, someone actually gave me the answers to the elf formatting thing that I was wondering before, like the sizes of the variables. And I missed it. Alright, so an elf and half is a 16. An S word is 32. A word is 32. An SX word is 64. And an X word is 64. Alright, I might as well... Here, right? Hold on. Might as well implement this. Today's the first time, well, this weekend is the first time that I'm working with code that isn't from scratch. Technically. And yeah, sorry, but I'm not gonna get to most people's messages in chat. Gonna have to fix that. I wonder if this chat shows messages. No. I disabled it because it was taking up a lot of space and there weren't that many messages. So it was just a waste of space. Turns out it just wasn't showing messages. Alright, section header, 64-bit struct. Okay, so I'm not gonna do this implementation right now. Like I said, if I have time to do it today or before tomorrow's stream, then I will. But so long as the hack is working, I'm good. Alright, so it's in the YouTube chat. Scrolling a little bit. Oh no, actually it's right here. Elf half. So we don't have any of those. Those are 16. Okay. So an elf word is a uint 32. That one I could tell you. I think I got that one right actually. An X word I said is either a half word or an extended word. So 64. Turns out it's 64. I think I got correctly. And then you don't say anything about off and add. But here where we have addresses and offsets, they're 64 bits. So again, I believe they are 64. So I think I got it right the first time, but I'm not sure. And again, I'm not sure why static assert doesn't fucking work. Wait, now it says that I'm offline, actually. Oh, no, it's just being stupid. Okay. I love how most English words can be split in half and reversed. So keyboard is a board with keys. Try German. Germans just like put 3 or 4 letters together and not letters, words together. Wait, is this problem just fucking Clang being stupid? Kind of. Yeah, because then you have to do this. And a semicolon at the end. I'm honestly not understanding what I'm doing wrong with the static assert here. Where it works everyone else, I'm somehow doing it wrong. I also do the words lengthening in English. I genuinely thought that was German for a second. Would be nice if I had the chat on screen to show what's going on. Random question, can you commit 23,000 JSON files with it working? Probably, but why would you want to do that? Run elf user for once. What for? It literally does nothing. Wait, is it because it's a type deft struct? No? It's just so stupid. What the fuck? Is it because I'm in an... No, I'm also doing it in a... Wait, static assert is a C++ thing. Ah, okay. Is creating an operating system a hard task? Kind of. It is a little bit of a hard task. Training a model. I guess that makes sense as to why you're loading 23,000 JSON files, but most likely no, don't put them on Git. Are they ever going to change? Because Git is version control, so if they're never going to change, then no, you don't want them in there. Okay. So. Okay. Next problem I found is this modifier here. Or not, formatter here. .3d, which is, if I'm not mistaken, 3 decimals of a double. And for reference, we're gonna print that double. Except, wait, it's an integer, isn't it? Yeah, it's an integer. I just want to confirm, because I hardly ever do this stuff. So, C print double with decimals. I think you do dot to F or dot to D for a double. As a decimal integer, at least 6 characters wide. Wait, what? Wait, what is a decimal integer? Hold on, I'm confused. Hold on, the easiest way for me to see what this is supposed to be is to search for this value. Oh, hey, chat is back. Okay, I don't understand why you keep asking me to run a random program that literally does nothing. But I'm doing something else, so I'm not gonna do that. Okay. Okay, I understand. Okay, so it's a decimal, but it's an integer, but with leading zeros. Okay, yes, finally the chat is randomly back. Where am I from? I'm from Spain. Well, I live in Spain. Well, we're at it. Alright, hold on. I actually don't know how to do this shit. God, the Twitch stream manager is fucking awful. Am I not a manager of my own stream, or what the fuck is going on? Why don't I have... Yeah, 3D will print... Will print 3 zeros before, not after the decimal point. So we'll need to find a way to fake that, because I don't have support for that right now, and it's not. That's the last thing I want to do right now. I genuinely do not understand why I am not allowed to moderate my own chat. This makes no sense. Twitch can be so confusing sometimes. No. In seconds? Seriously? Christ. Alright. Fucking Twitch, man. Alright, I'm gonna wait to see if the chat is working again or not. I don't think it is. Christ. Nothing is working today for streaming. Okay. Even the stream like straight up crashed when I started it. Luckily it's been working fine since then. Okay, first off, font size is 63. So this value will never go past 100. Okay, so we can either have one padding 0 or two padding zeros. So let me do some quick maths over here. Right, so I want to have some padding, right? And then based on that padding, I want to have a Oh, it starts at 33. Hold on, I did not consider that. It starts at 33 and it ends in 99. So still correct. Not more than 100. But hold on. It starts at 33 and it ends at 99. It's always gonna be 2 digits. All right. Problem solved. Just gonna printf this real quick just to make sure. Afterwards. Nope, I didn't mean to make that. Try to make this. Alright, chat is back to not working. So again, only gonna be able to get to some of the messages. Not super quick. Wait, what? I'm printing I? You're developing an operating system compatible with every laptop machine? Not really, no. Only ARM machines, and really only Raspberry Pi and this virtual machine that I'm running from. I'm not printing I. I'm printing J. I as in integer. Because it starts at 33. So it's STCFN033. Not my day. Happens. N033. Okay, we found that one. 034. God, this editor is shit. Also found that one. There's 035, 037. 82, 84, 94, 95. It ends at 95? It seems like... Oh my god, Domingo is such a good pun. Hey Maynards. What about leg machine? What leg machine? What is going on in Twitch chat? Very different chats going on. Okay, Domingo. Yes, Domingo, but with Doom. Okay, I got about an hour-ish before it. Well, hold on. Let me confirm that real quick. An hour and a half before I finish the stream. So let's see how far we can get today. We already hacked together some shit. Oh well. Well, we have one hack that will be easable. I was gonna say easable to fix. So maybe I should end the stream a little bit earlier because I'm clearly already losing it. But am I shooting monsters yet? If by monsters you mean bugs, yes. By monsters you mean demons. If it's demons spells like this, also yes. If it's demons spelled the normal way and the Doom demons, not yet, not quite. We're at the heads up display part now. Although it's struggling to find this bitch right here, STCFN34. Which, hey, looks to me like it's right here. No, wait. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay, so that looks about right. But it's not finding it. It finds 33, but then it doesn't find 34. And if we saw the solution for the error that was happening before, I wouldn't be surprised if it was something similar. Not quite, not quite. Congrats on 10k, thank you. This is my punishment for it. Having to port Doom. Now, it already helped me identify some fixes, some things that I need to do inside my elf file loader in order to make it work properly. So that's always good. It helped me find a few more functions that I need to implement, like a seek function. I hadn't implemented like a proper cursor when reading and writing, so now that's implemented. Except there's no writing, so forget that. But reading, now it's implemented. Yeah, That's about it. I implemented a few more utility functions and whatnot. The rest has just been fixing issues. Okay, so it finds one, but not the others. That's quite suspicious. It cannot find 34, but it can find 33, which is here. It then finds this extra data here, which is eight more bytes. So there's a chance that when these are being loaded, there's a pointer somewhere. That's the reason that I was getting an error yesterday. Figured it out at the beginning of the stream. Thanks to, I believe I still have it open. I would be really stupid to close it. It's the ELF file. Thanks to this blog post on WordPress from 2014. Well, one of these anyway. This one. That I was getting this missing patch in texture because the number that it was looking for was wrong, because there is a pointer in the structure. The pointer used to be 32 bits. Now it's 64 bits. So that was wrong. And it's an obsolete pointer at that. So I believe something similar is happening right now, but I'm gonna go get some water and run an ad and then figure it out. Okay, we're back. Dog has not left the chat, surprisingly. I need to figure out who is loading these to know what structure they're using to load these, to know why they might be offset. God, this breaks so easily. It's heads up display stuff. So maybe oh, literally the name of the class is heads up stuff.
When tab management app development stream, you need it, bro.
Tab management. It's gotten way out of control today. It's gotten way out of control. I do need it. All right. So first thing is to look for an array here somewhere that might be or a struct here somewhere that might contain a pointer, but no, there isn't one. In the header file for this, there isn't one. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the exact same issue. Or for that matter, you got anyone for us here? Anything for us here? Yeah, this one's having a different error than me. No, doesn't seem like they've encountered an issue like that. So the problem is that for whatever reason, it's not finding some data that is actually there. And well, why are you spelling mom like that if your mom gave you a pound coin today? Oh wait, chat is working again for Twitch. It's so weird. You have to spell mom with M-U-M. Don't let the Americans win. Except I absolutely never spell things the British way, and I hate it, but hey. Okay. And remember, everybody, please report software piracy to 1-800-388-PIRE8. How can I know where these are being loaded? This is the only place that references them. Also, did Doom only have a translation to French and English? Because I keep seeing references to French everywhere, but no other languages. And French key map. So yeah, maybe it only has a translation for French. Wait, loop. Federated TikTok alternative account was accepted? What is loops? I'm opening a new window. The privacy-focused TikTok alternative for the Fediverse. I never heard of this before. Interesting. My god, there's so many functions. New as fuck. Are there any content creators on there? Is there anything to mindlessly scroll through? That's the main issue with new social media. Maybe if I look up P names, which I know is one that I already know that exists. My god, I'm begging this editor to be competent for 1 second. Is there something for fonts here? Font. Okay. Next. No. Previous. Okay. This is not it.
IHINDAL raided your channel with 20 viewers.
Welcome, Tyndall. Hey, Stony. How you doing? Welcome, everyone. Hey, Duca. So my chat on the computer that I'm streaming from is refusing to work, kind of. So, yeah, for both anyone who's joined and the raiders, not super responding to the chat right now because it is struggling. I tried refreshing it and now it's just an infinite spinner with occasionally an error message. Try reloading the page. Sure. So anyway, yeah, not gonna be able to read the chat for the most part, especially if I'm doing stuff here. Can't focus on 2 different chats on 2 different services, so. Oh, actually, I'm just seeing now that people are telling me that I should call the piracy number. Alright, so. We're porting Doom to an operating system that I've been working on since April, but it's having some issues. And I don't know where the issues are coming from. So, it's time to pull out something I really don't want to pull out. That sounds bad. I'm talking about a program called Slade, I want to say. Slade, yes. Which is a Doom editor. Doom file editor, but it looks like this. First off, it's very white, and yeah, I'm having some eye sensitivity issues these days. So today I'm doing okay. And second, it is very small, which makes it very difficult to read. And I need to figure out exactly what it is that's currently not loading. It's these font files. So wait, they're called STCFN0. Are they here by any chance? SPSTCFN33. This is one of them. 34. So they exist. They're right here. So the fonts definitely exist. But it finds the first one, the 33 one, and then it doesn't find any of the other ones. Which, if you look at it in a hex editor, I just need to know how you're loading them. That's the part that I don't know. Just gotta find something else. I need to know what this array is. And if there's a chance that it's not being loaded correctly. Except I would be very surprised if this was an entire array and yet somehow it happened to fail exactly at the second element that I'm looking for here and not at all these. So alternate thing I can look at. I can look for BCF57C. I'm doing some fucking code archaeology here. Nope. Nope, that address is not found anywhere. I mean, I gotta make sure that get num for name. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the error. Hold on, it's different than what I thought. It cannot find empty here, so that's the problem. If that app is written in GTK3, you might be able to launch it with GTK scale 2 and GTK add weight at dark to make it scaled up and dark. I'm running it through Wine, so it's an exe file. Exe file doesn't sound right. So probably not. Can't really do that. Oh my god. Oh my god. The reason it fails is that sprintf to a buffer is not what we're trying to do. String format va buff. Wait. Shit. Hold on.
Though I have infinite channel points also I YouTube I look schizo being the only person chatting on Twitch.
It's even worse when I can't read the chat. Okay, the problem is this. All right, that should do it. You have infinite channel points, it doesn't go down? It's not like people use text-to-speech all that much, and there is a cooldown, so I'm fine with it. Okay, no, I messed something else up here. What's going on here? Bro, my chat just died and never came back. R.I.P. Is that a Spanish accent on TTS? It's a Spanish accent when I'm getting rated or when someone subscribes, and an Italian accent for text-to-speech. Oh hey, the chat is not spinning anymore. I don't know if it means that's working or not. But it's not spinning anymore. That's progress. The last thing you want to do while streaming and debugging stuff is to also have to debug the stream itself. Oh, it got to 95. Then in its status bar, oh, it's probably this very similar error. Okay. So hold on, sprintf. Where is that being used? Yeah, pretty much everywhere that that's used. Shouldn't work like this. We want it to work like this. So that's an easier way to do it, is just fix it everywhere. sprintf with a char pointer buffer, a char pointer format, and veridic arguments. Then delete this. Okay. Go to common.c and let's implement this function. To be honest, I always forget how to do this, so real quick. Whoop. VA list, VA start. We already have a buffer, so we just pass that in. We end, and we return. Okay. So now we should even be able to return this function to how it used to be. No, not fully how it used to be. Like this. Yo, Jester, you're good. And this should work. Wait, there's a hacker in chat? Well, he's a moderator, so he can ban himself. Also, Maynards, what you said, I am assuming you meant molto bene, but what you said is death. Okay, yeah, this one works. This one doesn't. STT num. Similar situation. Load the numbers. I don't understand why they're using a D here. What's the D format argument? Wait, D is for int? Why did I not know that? I was thinking it was I was thinking that it was, I forgot the name of that thing. God damn it, I completely forgot. Double. I thought it was double. Come on, man. STFB0 not found. STFB face background for different color players. That's more progressive than I expected it to be. Unless it means like team colors. STFB0 exists though. Why can I not find it? Except it's after 1, but it exists. It's 1023. Weird. Very weird. Can it find 1, I wonder? We're getting close to being able to run it with nothing happening because we don't have the whole like frame buffer stuff implemented. And I would keep streaming for longer, but I can't today, so that's probably gonna be for tomorrow, but exciting if we get to that point. I doubt it's gonna go past tomorrow. STFB1 also not found. Concern. Because actually all of these are together. So if you found these, you should definitely be able to find these. Wait, except STCFN095. And then you have STFB1. 0, 0, 0, 0. Could those zeros be needed as well? I don't think so. But non ho ancora dominato l'italiano. I am so sorry that you don't have text-to-speech on YouTube, because the Doom puns would be absolutely killing it. Number of pain faces, number of straight faces. Wait. The Doom protagonist has their face covered, right? In the actual thingy in the bottom. Oh no. No, he doesn't. He doesn't on the box
Hey
art.
YouTube, how does it feel without text to speech? Bet you wanna Doom? About it EDKIM, not a nerd.
You need to step up your Doom pun game. Twitch chat is doomed. A little better. Oh shit, there's an ad. I did not notice that. Alright, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Actually, no, we're not. I didn't clean my hands properly after putting product in my hair. Okay. Now I'm back. Did I take a shower midway through the ads? No. Actually, I shouldn't be wearing these right now. Should let my hair breathe a little bit. But no, I just didn't want to get oil all on my... keyboard and mouse and stuff. I still had some residue on my hands. Okay. No, that's not good. I said Doom puns. Like... Domingo. And... Can Doom run Doom? Yes, it can. Someone's done that. What was the other pun? Oh yeah, someone hasn't properly dominated or dominated the Italian language. That's what you're competing against. Yeah, someone has actually gotten Doom to run on Doom. Running on a pregnancy test? On a cell? What? On gut bacteria? What? What? An MIT biotech researcher has been able to run the iconic computer game Doom. Wow. Amazing contribution. Lauren Ramlin didn't get the game going on a digital simulation of bacteria, but turned actual bacteria into pixels to display the 30-year-old FPS. That's a good use for E. coli, I guess. The 32 by 48 1-bit display? The fuck is this, bro? I'm pretty sure we're gonna find it here somewhere. A pregnancy test, 100 pounds of moldy potatoes. Okay, so this is kind of like a GLaDOS potato battery. An Apple Watch, that's about right. That probably wasn't super hard. A portable plate-edged beveling machine, whatever that is. A MacBook Touch Bar, the Touch Bar, not the MacBook. The Touch Bar. A printer, that's about right. A graphics calculator. A single key. This $1,500 keyboard that had a programmable screen on every single key. Jesus. You just said Doom keyboard. Well, yes. Apparently. There you go. This old Sony phone. On a camera, on an old iPod, an ATM. Imagine you pull up to the ATM and it's just playing Doom. And in Doom, here it is. There you go, you're playing Doom instead of Doom. Alright, I think we've seen enough. The pregnancy test one was only on the display, it didn't actually run off it. I like Parrot Software's game. I just downloaded the newest version of your OS, but it doesn't show the init text on the boot up. You mean the console screen thingy? No, I removed that. It was just making it slow for no reason. You can re-enable it if you want it for whatever reason. By just going to the kernel main, which is in kernel.c, and getting rid of this disable visual. Just eliminate that, and you'll be good. Okay. But moving on. Why can you not find the console player? No idea. But based on how quickly I'm seeing chat on YouTube, I feel like there's less delay today. Interesting. Did YouTube get its shit together? I doubt it, but maybe. Mm, 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 mm. It actually slows it a bit. The console, yeah, it does. Okay, yeah, no idea. Why this specific file name seems to fail. Where we have looked at file names that are longer before, right? So this one is 6 characters plus this, which goes all the way up to 8. No, 7. And this one worked with just 7 characters. So it's not about the number of characters. This one has 6 characters. It also worked. But this one doesn't work. STFB1 not found. STFB1. Right here. I can see it right there. Right here. Whereas STCFN0 can be found, which comes right before it. All the way up to 95. Let me see if by any chance I'm not doing something weird with it. I don't know. The new version has fixed so many bugs. Yes. This week actually I fixed most of the bugs that were happening with graphics and whatnot. So, yeah. Most of the bugs that I was having with Pong and with Game of Life are now fixed. I think I told you this yesterday, but if you get an error with... Now I'm composing this correctly. I don't know what the problem is here. I could try to skip it, but I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, it won't work in the game, but I can try to see if the other ones load. What was I gonna say? Yes, if you get a random error with a really, really long error code, like FAR and then a really long string, then just disable networking. It's a networking bug. I doubt you're using networking, so you can just disable it. It crashes because init graphics is not implemented. So yeah, this is the last one that's crashing. Everything else works. Also, I need to remove that name list. Print all these prints here, essentially. You. We have a cute little hack base address here. There was a white track behind and some colors didn't work. Yeah, that was a bug with rendering inside of Windows. So that's fixed now. You're pregnant with Doom Guy. Imagine you take a pregnancy test and you're waiting to see if it's positive or negative and it just starts playing Doom.
BTW follow golf it.
Yeah? Oh, 450. Nice. To be fair, it sets a follow goal at 10 more than you currently have, so it's kind of weird. So the next one is going to be 460, which I'm probably going to hit tomorrow. It's not super, it's not that big of a deal because of that. I wonder what I'm going to do at 10. Sorry, at 1000 on Twitch too. I'm going to port Wolfenstein. Oh god, no, this is hurting already to think about it. Fuck that. Okay, it shouldn't be too hard. Right? Okay, I mean, let me look at the texture that's failing here. Might as well just do that for the sake of it. What is it? SB... If only I remembered where it is. SD stuff, right? Here. STFB1. STF... Oh, would you look at that? It's not there. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Oh, here it is. It is there. It is 1.38 kilobytes, which is hoo-wee. You probably shouldn't push the hack stuff. No, I won't. Especially because I would have to push the hack inside the OS too. And that's not what you want to do. I'm surprised it hasn't come up anymore. But hey, we're good. Yeah, so without this texture that for some reason it's not finding, we will most likely have a crash at some point or another when it's used. I'm kind of not seeing it used anywhere. Alright, you know what? We're gonna leave it like this. And we're gonna move on to the next point, which is a crash after I start frame. I start frame is not implemented, obviously. So now we need to, hey, all right. I wish I could know what's crashing. Because it seems to me like the crash is happening between here and here. Otherwise, we would be getting frame not implemented, but also start tick not implemented. How big is the Raspberry Pi 4 or 5 compared to a keyboard? It's tiny. It's the size of a credit card. It's that little black dot you can see. Well, You can see back there, that little black thing. So, and that's with a case. So it's actually really small. I know I'm annoying, but I don't understand the network thing with your repo. Redacted firmware server. Yeah, no, that there's nothing going on with that one. So that's essentially just a Node.js project for running an HTTP server on Linux or Mac or probably Windows too, for then communicating with Redacted OS. That's it. All you do is just download a JSON from it. I don't even know if the system is set up for that anymore. I don't think it is. So I'm eventually going to use it to make a package manager backend. So you can download packages for Redacted OS from it. And that's why I put it up on a repo. And in my video where I explained how I did networking, I used it to show how I was doing networking. But it's essentially just a hello world. So it's nothing too important. Okay. iStart frame is not implemented, but it returns a void. So I really don't understand how it's crashing, unless this here happens to be... No, nothing. Oh, wait. Maybe we're not going into that, we're going into this. And that's what's failing? Also, what's fprintf? Oh, file printf. We don't have such a thing. So fprintf just does printf. Okay. We're really, really close to the game running. However, there is a crash, I believe, within the try_ticks function. So we're going to do some very advanced form of debugging. Printf1. I love doing this. Printf2. Printf3. 4 and 5. And 6. And run. I really need a loading screen. One, two. Net update. Not surprised that's probably causing a crash. Don't think we need you. Hope we don't need you, because I disabled everything that has to do with networking. No, it's still happening. What's this doom come? Besides never initialized. Is anyone else initializing it? Side IPX, that's a different one. So inside redacted doom. Wait, Was I looking in the right file for Doomcom there? Wait, why are we inside a networking code? In the first place? If only there was a program that can catch crashes and show you where they happen. Yeah, but that program doesn't actually work here. So there isn't. Let me see the definition of this. Oh, okay. So this is what's crashing. 100%. Doomcom is probably null. Num nodes is probably within, let me guess. Yeah. Okay, so this is what's crashing. I'm a little bit confused as to why we're doing networking. At all. So for the time being, we can just enable this, but what we really should be doing is disable the networking code. I just don't understand why the networking code and the multi-tick code are together. Or what multi-tick even is. I don't understand that, but hey. Are the red people mods? No, people just pick their own colors. I think you picked, I was gonna say purple. Pink, didn't you? Okay, start tick not implemented. Okay, so we moved forward. You might have, I don't know. If you change your name to pink, but you can set your own colors. Considering I don't even know how to time someone out. I mean, you would think there would be buttons for that, but there aren't. You have to do it through chat. Okay. That address crashing there? Need to know exactly which one it is, so. You look like a female for a second, no joke. Thank you. That crush feels a little bit too fast. Hey, what happened? No, I'm not transitioning. All right. Bug didn't happen again. Interesting. We crash after A, after B. I mean, here. This be crashing. Mind you, we don't have any input. So I'm not super surprised that this is crashing. The address that's crashing though, 48821. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, we might have a little bit more information. We make dump and then we go to address AB14. We are here. The problem is we don't know where here is. And the funny thing is, for some functions... Oh wait, add break. Forgot to mention that. For some functions, it actually shows me the code. For some others, it doesn't. So... hard to tell what's going on. Bro mentions every ad like Twitch has him at gunpoint. It does. I don't know if you're hearing this or not, but it does. I don't want to run ads. It really ruins the experience for the viewer, and yet I'm forced to run ads. And if I don't run ads, then there's gonna be pre-rolls, which ruins the experience for any new viewers. Which means that anyone wanting to check out my stream is not gonna be able to. I don't know if you heard anything of what I just said, responding to your comment about Twitch having me at gunpoint. Because the ad just ended. Alright, so the address that's crashing, the instruction that's crashing is this one. Just, don't know what it corresponds to. Hard to tell. That would make debugging a lot easier if I could know that. But again, the dump actually shows me some instructions, but not some others, and I don't understand what the difference is. It seems to be able to show me for some functions, like these here, which are my shared library functions actually. So maybe some compile flag that I have here. Freestanding, no xtdlib, no exceptions, no unwind tables. Tables G. That shouldn't be it. Unless G. I don't know what the G argument does in GCC. that's exactly the one. Why did I yell? I have no idea. But if I add that flag, here you go, G. Wait, first you gotta make clean, then you gotta make, and then you gotta make a dump. And now in your dump, a okay, is it this one or this one? It's underneath. Okay. So joy buttons, joy be strafe. This line of code is caching. We can see why doesn't the new debugger work? That one is not your best work, I'm not gonna lie to you. Joy buttons. Sorry, I've been neglecting YouTube chat. Having to switch between the two is so annoying. And honestly, I was supposed to like set up the chat on OBS for both, but I haven't done that. Oh well. So let me see what's going on YouTube. Is it possible to make an LFAP which uses the network syscalls to make network connections? Because you want to try that. So yes, I think.
You've been neglecting Twitch chat too.
No, I haven't. It's literally just you, and I have been responding to you, so I have not been neglecting that. Honestly, try. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't used the network syscalls. To be honest, the reason I added networking is people asked for it. And I do want to do stuff with networking, but... Oh, wow. The entire thing crashed, huh? What was that? That was a really weird crash. Yeah, I haven't implemented anything with networking. Like I said, the system is very insecure, so the last thing you want is networking. Especially now with the internet. Everything that I have done is local. If you want to try to make a multiplayer game, same. So let me know if you run into any issues. I might... I don't know what I can do, to be honest. What's crashing here? All of a sudden the game started crashing. Wait. Is it because the executable is bigger now? I don't feel like debugging this, and I already got my answer, so get the fuck out of here. Oh yeah, I don't think that worked. I think I need to make clean. And what are you doing? So right now I'm porting Doom to my operating system. Seems like we're in the last stretch of the technical difficulties. In fact, I think what's crashing right now is just because there's some parts that I haven't implemented yet, that I obviously need to implement, like the graphics and the input. 0. Yep. So joy buttons, what even are you? Joy array 1. Oh. Oh wait, hold on. We're bringing the hack back. And I'm hoping somehow, magically, between the end of the stream today and the beginning of tomorrow's stream, which is an evening stream, but so about like 25 hours from now, I'm hoping that I have enough time to implement a little bit more proper dynamic loading so that this shit that I'm doing doesn't need to be done. Because this is kind of ridiculous. Hack base address plus that. There we go. And this joy array, is it being used anywhere else? No, we're good. Here though, hack base address. It's beautiful. All this because I don't have virtual addresses or dynamic loading. Sucks to be me, I guess. All right. Almost there. Come on, brother. Seems like it was having some issues loading the ELF file if it was too large. So I need to look into that too. No, it's still crashing. Another address that's most likely... I doubt we're doing the advanced demo. Whereas the one that was crashing was after C, right? Yes. So this one isn't crashing anymore. That's good. What's crashing is either mticker or do advanced demo. I doubt it's this one. But the other one is a very, very simple function, so I doubt it's that one too. Skull anim counter is initialized at 10. That's it. Nothing particularly complex going on there. Which skull is initialized at 1? Where is this being called? I believe I remember seeing this function. Yes, miscellaneous info. It's the very first one being called, so that should not be a problem. Can you please quit? For the love of God. It didn't want to. Okay. Right here. Let me get rid of the advanced demo stuff and see if that's the one that's causing the issue. Wait, no, this is the wrong place. Will it have any special features? I don't know yet. Oh, I already commented it out. Okay. That's why I couldn't find it. Are those unindented if statements from the original Doom code? Yes, they are. Okay. Surprisingly, the advanced demo was being done and crashing. Not sure why. Okay, so now gticker has most likely a null pointer. No, wait. What's the name of the function? gticker. Well, I hardly know her, so that may be why it's crashing. Here, Sarg Pain 2. Why can you copy HTML? What copy HTML are you talking about? Somehow now I can see Twitch messages, but not YouTube messages. I did think earlier the YouTube chat was super dead. And then the entire chat was super dead, but I don't know what's happening today. Jester, what are you doing? Come. Hello. Wait, is it really that the crash was here in this one? In terminal, you can copy HTML. What the? I'm not. Now I copied it as HTML. All right. No. Oh, I think it's this one that's crashing, right? Or this one. This one makes more sense. Current menu. No, maybe this is not even from here. All right, time to find out. God, these really look so awful. Oh my god. It's so hard to tell. I've actually like not realized there's multiple for statements nested in each other because of the indentation. It's so crazy. How come GDB doesn't work anymore? It's not that it doesn't work, it's that it doesn't work for processes that I'm loading. Because keep in mind, I'm loading Doom from a file. So GDB doesn't know that. So it doesn't... Hey, what just happened? You cannot file with the shareware version register? Why are you yelling at me about some bullshit that's not even true? What the fuck? I don't even know what to tell you about that. I literally don't even have the possibility of passing command line arguments. Literally, where do I put the command line arguments in here? What? Now it went away. I clean fixed it, so I'm assuming it was just some dumb issue. It's before any of these, actually. Wait. God damn it, I'm in the wrong function. Was I looking in the wrong function the entire time? I was, wasn't I? This is the function. G ticker. This is the function. And the instruction that crashes is this one. Inside of the G ticker function. There isn't an instruction like that inside the G ticker function. What? So must be one of these. Isn't the dump outdated? Yeah, but none of this code has changed. So it's a little weird. I'm assuming it's being called by a function that's called in here, so. All right, 30 minutes. Got to main actions, yeah. Figured as much. It's one of you bitches. Well, we are not in the intermission, the finale. Or maybe we're in the demo screen. Okay, there. Why do you only code? Is your life code, sleep, code, sleep? During the week, yeah. Not during the weekend. Which is why I cannot continue streaming tonight. Also not always during the week, to be fair. If anything, I don't stream during the week. I only stream Mondays and Fridays. I do work. Level 1. P ticker. You. Oh wait, but I can... Hold on, I can't know the exact instruction that's crashing, but I can know. And for that matter, hold on. Wait. If I do... Can I do something like this? To dump? I highly doubt I can, but yeah, no. Well, first off, let's figure it out some other time. Not waste time with this right now. Hey, Rituparna, how are you? Joining towards the end of the stream, but Doom is almost looking good. Got a few bugs, to iron out here, a few crashes to iron out, but It's looking good. Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna get to implement... Oh, that was on a timer and turned off. The last, like the audio and the input and the... Well, I don't know about audio, but input... And there we go. That's the exact issue. It's because of this. Guaranteed. Let's find out. Current thinker. And thinker cap. We're in A pane shoot skull. No, we should be in P run thinkers. I'm in the wrong function here. Okay, one of you bitches is crashing. And I'm gonna find out which one. Hey, you're just gonna ignore me? Oh. Right, when I compile with G for whatever reason, it doesn't like that. So it's a careful game of compiling and recompiling. Current thinker 0 and thinker cap. Oh no, that's correct. Okay, I thought it was gonna be a different thing. I'm just surprised that there's a null pointer here. Did I remove this function? Piked. No, I didn't remove this function. It allocates memory and adds a new thinker to the end of the list. No, the fuck it doesn't. I'm just so confused as to why this is crashing. Like, okay, the solution is easy. If current thinker is 0, then just skip. No problem. Why is it 0 though? It is being assigned to thinkercap.next. Thinkercap has a value. But apparently the value is being set to 0. It should just point to itself. I wonder if that means I need the hack here too. I mean, that would explain the crash. The dynamic loading hack would be explained by this. I mean, would explain the crash, but yeah, I'm not so sure what's happening here. All right, there's gonna be an ad on Twitch. Bro, it just... All right, I'm gonna run it now. But I'm gonna keep working because I want to finish this. I did not bother putting any kind of identifiable information on this. Wait, it's not being called at all. I'm assuming this means it's marked as unused. NetTX frame and... I'm not sure if you'll find the implementation for those NetTX frame and network bind port. Like I said, I haven't really used that part of the syscall API, so I can't really tell you. This is being called. Do load level has got to be getting called. Yep. No. Do load level is not being called. So the init thinkers is not being called. Understandable. But this GA load level, who calls that? That's an event. Oh, I'm pretty sure those come from the... Let me see. No, I come from here. Do reborn. This is the implementation. Wait. No. What? If player in game 1 and player's player state... Ah, okay. So is reborn the only place where we can call load level? Yes, and if not netgame, which... Mm, begin recording init graphics. Okay, so first off, this advanced demo stuff. At some point or another, this was set to true. Check demo status. That is if demo playback. Which depends on do play demo. Which comes from here, which is not being called. Unless someone is setting this. There's so many functions to call demo. I doubt anyone's calling this. I feel like I'm just going in circles with this. I am going in circles with this. I ended back right where I started. Okay, can't claim to understand what's happening. So I'm just gonna do this. Wait, no, hold on. This is the wrong... Here. Player in game. State. Alright, so player in game. I. Player's I, player state. print those and see what's going on. There are no players in the game. Well, that surely would explain. You see, network adds it. But we don't have network. Again, I don't feel like I need to enable networking. All right, I feel like we're going in circles here again, but do load game puts a player in the game. Do load game gets called from GA load game. GA load game gets called from G load game. G load game gets called from D main. I found it, okay. Which gets called from Doom main. Right before the Doom loop. But only if load game. Do I need to pass this parameter? No, this is for save games. Where else is this function being called? From the main menu. So obviously, okay. That makes sense. We're not in game. We should be in the main menu. So by any means, I do not expect to be okay, I don't understand. I don't understand anymore. Okay, so the Doom loop, real quick. All right. So we're here, right? We start a frame, we start a tick. We process the events. We build a tick command. We don't do the advanced demo. We ticker, which is the menu ticker, right? And then we do the game tick. Oh, hey, YouTube comments are back because I haven't been paying attention. Sorry about that. I had a chat overlay. Yes, I had a chat overlay. Here it is. I wasn't using it because I was like, okay, it's taking up some part of the screen and there's not a whole lot of people chatting. Turns out the reason there weren't a whole lot of people chatting is that the chat wasn't working. So, yes, there used to be a thing. Your firmware server doesn't work anymore. I'm too stupid. And you implemented everything, not in the syscall. Do you understand what I mean? Okay, so like those syscalls that you're talking about, so I implemented them at first, but I never used them. And then someone else came along and did a major refactor of the networking code to get it up to standard, I guess. And changed the syscalls along with that, but again, not sure if they actually ever finished implementing the syscalls, because again, we're not really using the syscalls. So I'm not super sure. If I have some time, I'm gonna look into it before tomorrow. If you're in my Discord, you can ping me about it and remind me. I can take a look at that for you. But that firmware server, I mean, should work, but it shouldn't really do anything. And the networking code is working. I just don't know if it's working for user processes. So I don't know if it's working through syscall. Okay. I'm at a point where I don't really understand what's happening anymore. We are ticking the game, which game state puts us in GS level. But shouldn't we be... Well, maybe in the demo screen? Maybe that's why it was demo? So that would explain what's happening here. Hey, Damon. I live in Spain. And okay. Okay, so maybe I need to bring back the demo thing, but I don't think I have time to do that right now. Let me see. It was crashing here somehow, but God, who remembers why? No, I'm not Spanish though. I'm Italian and Venezuelan, but I live in Spain. User game false, paused false, game action GA nothing. Okay, so we're missing this for sure. So I do think that's necessary. So it needs to be called at least once. But when you call it... Alright, let's just... One last thing. I have to finish in the next 4 minutes. You know Maldini? No idea what that is. The server starts, but I understand I should send something. This name firmware.elf, but it doesn't. Oh, no. It literally is just a demo. It doesn't actually do anything. So no, don't expect it to do anything. Alright, now we get a crash at this instruction. Oh. No, I have no idea. I don't watch sports. Okay. So. Make dump. Remove that. Make clean make. And the address. Did I even keep it? Bro, I didn't keep it. Fuck. This is the address that's crashing. No, that's not it. It was 88. Here. Which actually translates to 4. No, 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 no. Don't tell me that's what's crashing. All right. I'm gonna have to look into this tomorrow. So I'm ending the stream now. And yeah. So as usual, I'm going to, hopefully this works because chat has not been working well. Gonna drop a link to my Discord. It's only dropping it on Twitch. Gonna manually copy it over. To YouTube. You can join that for maybe any updates. I don't know if there's gonna be any updates between here and the next stream. The next stream is tomorrow in the evening. So 30 minutes from now, tomorrow. We're gonna hopefully find out what it is about advanced demo that is crashing, because I do believe that I need this function to be called at least once. And I think that then it sets advanced demo to false. So most likely that's what I was missing. That's why the game wasn't loading properly if I disabled this function. But something within here is crashing. So we're gonna have to do some debugging. After that, I feel like most of the game is gonna be able to run, except we're not gonna be able to see anything or interact with it in the slightest because we don't have a frame buffer and we don't have a keyboard and all that stuff. All that's for tomorrow though. I maybe like fix the crashes, so tomorrow we can just get to implementing the parts that are missing, but that depends on how much time I have. And I also need to do the elf loading thing. That would be ideal. Do I know web dev? Yeah, somewhat. I don't do it all that often, but I do know it. But yeah. Okay, so thank you so much for watching, everybody. Next stream tomorrow, 8:30.